At one point I said, it's Cap. I says, there's a light above us. I thought it was somebody with a flashlight. And I said, what is it? And he said, Mick, there's a beautiful blue sky above us.
Yeah.
And I said, Cap, there's a 105-story building above us. He says, no. He says, I think we are the top of the World Trade Center right now.
The scientific method, as it came into being during the Enlightenment period, is a method of thought known as empiricism or as the empirical method. Under the terms of empiricism, all conclusions are, must, and can be drawn from observable evidence, and from observable evidence only. Evidence must precede any and every conclusion to be drawn from it. Then, if sound logic governs the relationship between evidence and the conclusions drawn from it, that conclusion will be irrefutable.
Why do we still have a cover-up?
There's a couple of reasons. One is because people want it that way. If they didn't want it that way, it would be different. But why they want it that way, they may not even be aware of. And I found that there's three things that keep people from understanding what happened. Number one is poor problem-solving skills. They tend to guess at the answer and then work backwards and cherry-pick data to support the answer. Number two is groupthink. People feel safer following their peers, so peer pressure can control people's thoughts and public opinion. And the third thing is they can't handle the implications. They wish it weren't true, so they'd rather deceive themselves. It may or may not be conscious. So those three things, keep things from going forward. And if it's too horrible of an outcome, people easily look for something else and also run with the herd. It is a survival instinct. You think of a big field full of deer, one gets spooked and they all go running. Only one of them knows why they're running. You first need to start out with what happened. That's the key. You first have to establish what happened before you can determine how it happened, before you can determine who did it or why they did it. But what did we hear on 9/11? They hate us for our freedoms. Bin Laden did it. And he did it with instructing people to fly airplanes into the buildings. But what happened? That was never discussed. We were told how it happened, who did it, why they did it, but we weren't given the information to determine what actually happened. And if you don't first understand what your problem statement is, what problem are you solving? If you don't know what happened and you immediately start with how it happened, who did it, or what did it, you have to assume the what part of it. You have to assume what happened. So you're solving an imaginary problem, not a real problem, because you have to imagine what it was that happened. Who did it? What's it that got done? And that is a really key feature. And, few people realize that. That's what forensic science is about, is first looking at what happened. You don't need a theory to determine what happened. If the evidence doesn't tell you, then you aren't determining what happened. But 9/11 was an attack on human consciousness. It was a form of trauma-based mind control. And you think of children, you have trauma and they end up with a split personality of a type of schizophrenia to avoid having to deal with that very unpleasantness. What was 9/11? People compartmentalize that. And so they have their regular life, but then the 9/11 stuff, it's a trigger that triggers aggression. And I understand you had a guest on recently, Neil Sanders, who said it very well about,
That's right.
like, let's grab the pitchforks and let's go get them. We got to go get somebody. And I saw that on 9/11. And that's what really upset me about the most is when I went into campus, I started out at home figuring stuff out. Then I went into campus, walked up the stairs, and there's these two faculty members saying, we got to go take them out. We got to take them all out. They're already with their pitchfork in hand, ready to go get the witch on their witch hunt. And that was scary. Like, before they even know what happened, they're just, they're given like the scent of a rag for a bloodhound and go get them, go sick them.
Within 45 seconds of the second hit at the World Trade Center, the Fox News anchor solved 9/11.
There was a pilot who flew. There was another one. We just saw another one. We just saw another one apparently go. Another plane just flew into the second tower. This has to be deliberate, folks.
Well, that would begin to say that, yeah.
We just saw on live television as a second plane flew into the second tower of the World Trade Center. Now, given what has been going on around the world, some of the key suspects come to mind: Osama bin Laden.
And then we just heard OBL, OBL, OBL.
Osama bin Laden.
With the bin Laden.
Osama bin Laden.
Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden.
The government has never even tried to prove it's a OBL story. It's a fiction.
He is always poised to strike again. Immensely wealthy man and a very private man. He has been granted a safe haven by Afghanistan's ruling Taliban movement. And during his time in hiding, he has called for a holy war against the United States and specifically for the killing of Americans and Jews.
But that's the issue that I'm seeing a lot lately. We are leaving our thinking to someone else. In this case, to the media and the government. It wasn't even hours after that event happened, and already the media was using the name Osama bin Laden. And of course, they had a blood in their mouths, if you will, and they wanted the government to do the thinking for us. Oh, if they're saying Osama bin Laden, let's go get him, without using critical thinking. And I was mentioning to you offline that I recently reconnected with a good friend of my childhood who happens to be, a law graduate from Georgetown, has a doctorate degree in law. She stopped practicing law to become a teacher because that was her passion. And she was telling me that the goal of the Department of Education in the United States is essentially to make high school graduates think like seventh graders. In other words, to take critical thinking, to limit verbal and written and writing skills. Do you think this is part of the problem?
Very, very much. And I see more of a need for education now than ever. Not our public fool system, as I've heard people call it, but true education. It doesn't necessarily come in a mass production line type of situation. Matter of fact, it's best if it doesn't. I was reading a Swedish article with a Google translator recently, and I thought it was a beautiful statement. They're writing up about my work, and they said, there is no need for another conspiracy than the one that destroyed the educational system.
That's very powerful.
Very, very. And look what happened. Imagine this. The buildings turned to dust. They didn't burn up. They didn't slam to the ground. They turned to dust in midair. We know that because of lots of key features: lack of significant seismic signal, lack of a seismic signal that traveled through the earth. There wasn't one. And lack of damage to the bathtub. And we saw there was very little rubble left over. And we saw the steel turning to dust as it fell, trailing dust. So here was these huge buildings that turned to dust in midair right in front of our faces on TV. Why did so few people see it? That's the question we should all be asking.
I heard this very, very loud noise above me. It was just a tremendous roar, and it was above, and it sounded like it was coming towards you, and then the wind, a very, very fierce wind, and my health, it started lifting me up off the ground, and so that's when I crouched down. The next thing I just crouched down. I got to the corner of the staircase by the railing, and I just got as small as I could possibly get. Because I'm not a big guy to begin with, so fortunately I'm not. So I got and I literally, well, I guess the best way to describe it, I tried to crawl into my fire helmet. That's what I wanted to do, just to protect myself. And I wasn't sure what was going on. I thought the building might be coming down, and I figured, okay, this could be it, and I was a little angry. I said, so like, damn it, like, why me? Why, I'm beautiful. I'm going to die in the World Trade Center on a beautiful summer morning. It's like a little denial and disbelief sets in, and so then I started getting hit with stuff. It was just debris was hitting me, and it went dark, and then the next thing was just total silence, nothing, no wind. No noise, no light, nothing. And then I started hearing noises. I started hearing like moaning, and guys were starting to communicate, yell out. These were the guys that I was trapped with. They're calling out, who's there, you guys all right, blah, 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 and this kind of thing. And I realized I was other people. I wasn't alone, because when you're alone in a situation like that, it's like existential isolation. It's like, and then when you find out you're with other people, it makes you feel a lot better. Even though you're in a very bad situation, at least there's other people. But then the strangest thing happened. This beam of sunlight came right in on us, like about 8 inches long, but it was clearly sunlight. It was all dirty and full of debris, and it looked like pepper was floating around in it, sort of. But it was sunlight, and I'm like amazed now. It's a 110-story building above us, and I'm looking up at the sun. I got to a point where I was looking down the pile and I saw firefighters coming up. And I knew they were fresh troops. They had just arrived. They weren't covered in the dust, because we were totally encased in dust. In fact, I had a bloody nose, and I was totally encased in this dust with a bloody nose. So I must have been some sight. But I saw the guys coming up, and as I got down, it turned out to be guys from my firehouse. So I saw my captain, and I think my captain said, "Mickey, you're alive?" They thought I was dead. So it turned out to be my captain, John McKeon. And then he said, "So I have your name on the list." They had me listed as missing, presumed dead. So I said, "No, I'm here to take my name off that list." I went into the deli, and I asked the guy for a pack of cigarettes. He was starting for a cigarette. So he gives me his cigarettes, and then he says to me, $6.50. Now, when he said that to me, I could not relate to money. It was like I didn't know what he was talking about. I was thinking $6 just because in the trade center, I just wanted a cigarette. But it wasn't like I didn't want to pay him. I just couldn't understand what he was talking about. What does he mean? And then I remembered sometimes I kept money in my pocket, and I just so happened to have $7 on me. I had an old soggy, dirty 5 and 2 ones, and I gave it to him. And I took the cigarette, and then he gave me 50 cents back, and he says, "No, keep the change. I don't want the change." I went inside and I had a cigarette, and I'm looking at this chaos and madness, and the whole world turned upside down, and I'm thinking, what do I do now? 110-story building above us, and I'm looking up at the sun.
And a split second later, I opened up my eyes, and I was just sitting there, totally numb, looking up at blue sky. Then it got dark from the smoke and everything, and I started to cough. I started to feel pain in my leg, and I said, I couldn't even believe at that point that I was alive, and I survived that, and there was nothing above me.
In 2005, a number of reports were issued by NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, which were the result of a study mandated by Congress to, quote, determine why and how WTC-1 and WTC-2 collapsed, unquote. In April 2007, Dr. Wood, with the help of Connecticut Attorney Jerry Leapart, lodged a key TAM complaint against some of the contractors employed by NIST. This complaint followed an earlier request for correction, an RFC, with regard to the same NIST WTC reports, establishing her as the first to address the fact that this report did not even contain an analysis of the collapse of the WTC. Dr. Wood's original RFC defined how NC*1 is, quote, fraudulent and deceptive because it does not address the profound level of destruction of the WTC towers that seem to violate the law of physics. NIST denied Dr. Wood's RFC, admitting they did not analyze the collapse. That is, the spokesperson for NIST admitted that they did not fulfill the mandate by Congress. The title of the report is NIST NC*1 Final Report on the Collapse of the World Trade Center Towers. Yet they did not analyze the so-called collapse, or even determine if it actually did collapse. Dr. Wood's subsequent appeal to NIST was also denied, though the key TAM case against some of the contractors that NIST employed went forward. In the original RFC, Dr. Wood stated that, quote, NIST cannot make a statement that the World Trade Center towers came down in free fall, on one hand, and then say that doing so is a form of collapse. Wood also stated that the, quote, use of the descriptive word collapse is incorrect. and points out that according to NIST's own data, their explanation of how the towers were dustified does not satisfy the laws of physics. Dr. Wood uses the word dustify because she has identified a new phenomenon where the building was turned to dust. It was not vaporized by high heat, nor was it smashed by kinetic energy. She concludes from the study that a new type of directed energy weapon was used to destroy most of the WTC buildings. This weapon appears to utilize field effects in its operations, and so is fundamentally different to known types of directed energy weapons such as lasers and masers. Contrary to what Dr. Wood's critics say, her KETAM submissions do not discuss the use of ray beams from space, but they focus on a number of pieces of evidence which indicate the presence of field effects in and around the WTC complex on 9/11. Dr. Wood also points out that the Applied Research Associates, or ARA, one of the defendants in the KETAM action, were one of the contractors for the NC Star reports, and that they are a significant developer and manufacturer of directed energy weapons and or components of same. This, therefore, would be one example of where there was a conflict of interest in producing a truthful report. Dr. Wood's KETAM documents include a study of additional evidence to illustrate NIST's contractors' exhibition of, quote, willful blindness when they produced their part of the NC Star reports. For example, the contractors' own explanations did not address the fact that much of the steel in the towers turned to dust before it reached the ground. Dr. Wood's submissions include a study of some of the effects seen in the aftermath of the WTC destruction, such as anomalous dust effects, anomalous rusting, and anomalous effects seen on some of the surviving WTC steel girders, pictures of which were included in the original NIST documents. The girders are bent and deformed in unusual ways, and because the towers turned to dust, the effects on the girders cannot be explained as being caused by gravity-driven collapse. In Dr. Wood's submission, certain effects on metals and on objects near the WTC are also considered, such as inverted or flipped cars, and cars which are toasted-looking but show damage inconsistent with a hot fire. Dr. Wood's later research has also documented the presence of Hurricane Aaron, which was closest to NYC at about 8 a.m. on 9/11. It's difficult to accept how deep and wide the cover-up of 9/11 actually is. The very magnitude of this cover-up is enough to make many people scoff, roll their eyes, or utter a sentence including a phrase such as conspiracy theorist. Typically, they may then dismiss, deny, or simply ignore any evidence presented which proves that the official story of 9/11 cannot be true. Some people, while acknowledging that the official story cannot be true, then assume that not enough information is available to say anything else with a sufficient degree of certainty. However, we must remember that U.S. government bodies and private contractors took public money to fund research which was supposed to explain what happened on 9/11. As informed citizens, I think we should try to be sure that what they are telling us in their official and very lengthy reports is true. NIST, or the National Institute of Standards and Technology, was tasked with analyzing the cause of the destruction of WTC Towers 1, 2, and 7. When studied objectively, their report for WTC 1 and 2 fails to answer how the pancake collapse theory explains the evidence observed on that day, such as the complete pulverization of most of the towers, including hundreds of steel girders, in about 10 seconds each. Readily available photos also illustrate the glaring lack of any pancakes in the WTC rubble pile. Elements of the final NIST WTC reports have been the subject of a legal challenge by Professors Morgan Reynolds, Emeritus, Texas A&M University, and Professor of Mechanical Engineering Judy Wood, formerly of Clemson University, South Carolina. Their challenge was first made as a request for correction and then in 2 qui tam cases. These cases, unsealed in 2007, outlined how, as it is framed, the NIST study of the WTC collapse was fraudulent and deceptive. Indeed, the very title of the main report, The Collapse of the World Trade Center Towers, is itself misleading because the towers did not collapse. They turned to dust. How is it that the world's media chose to completely ignore press releases concerning the initiation of legal cases against NIST's contractors by 2 American professors? The first layer of the 9/11 cover-up is the official and physically impossible al-Qaeda-centered fantasy, accompanied by the significantly fraudulent NIST reports. The second layer of the cover-up includes supposedly more scientific analysis by some researchers, scientists, which suggest that bombs and or thermite, or some variant thereof, were placed in the WTC. A number of higher-profile 9/11 skeptic figures claim there is good evidence for the use of thermite and/or bombs, but those same researchers have failed to compile any of this evidence into a legal case against NIST or anyone else.
And when I think about these things, how people and their groupthink manipulates them, it's more or less what happened on 9/11. If you don't believe the official story, and I think that a lot of people are not believing the official story, then you have multiple doors. And those who perpetrated it knew this. As you and I have talked about, Lenin said it best. The best way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves. Let's create a few other alternative stories. So if they don't believe the official story, give them thermite. If they don't believe thermite, give them nukes. If not, demolitions. And it goes on and on and on. And because
they're given an answer, right?
Exactly.
They're given an answer, and people like answers to questions. As soon as they have an answer, they quit looking for for what happened. They feel like it's been solved for them. So if you don't like the lie behind door number one, a lone gunman, Lee Harvey Oswald, shot the president. Well, we'll give you a lie behind door number two. If you don't like the lie behind door number two, we'll give you a lie behind door number three. Anything to keep people occupied in those doors so they don't turn around and see the wide open field of evidence behind them. And the same for 9/11. If you come out of the lie number one door, 19 bad guys with box cutters, they steer you into the door number two, thermite. And then if that one doesn't work, well, you come out, well, they have lie behind door number three waiting for you. They keep you in those doors. That's the false choice. As long as you have to, let's see, it's either thermite or the official story. Thermite or the official story. That's a false choice. It's like, have you stopped beating your spouse yet? Any answer to that question is incorrect.
That's right.
It's a false choice, and it's a gotcha game. But if you're not aware that's what they're doing, you get sucked in, and it must be thermite. Because it's not the official story.
I couldn't even believe at that point that I was alive, and I survived that, and there was nothing above me.
what I didn't appreciate is that when I spoke with some of the first responders, I said, well, did you notice something missing, like a building? And they said, well, we didn't know where we were. All the landmarks are gone and everything was the same color. But we're going to go down here on the ground, right in front of Tower 1. There's an ambulance parked right outside the front door. And we're going to look from the street level. There it is. The north wall and the south wall of Tower 1. At ground level, there's an ambulance. The ambulance doesn't even look clobbered. Where are all the steel columns? This picture, I believe, is from the day of 9/11. You have some steel outer columns stabbed in the ground over there, but this is just the aluminum cladding, the decorative outside of the steel columns. The very next day, this was on the news.
Stephanopoulos is down in Lower Manhattan today. George, I don't know if you heard a little earlier me raise this question, which was actually raised by ABC's Jackie Judd, as we look at these areas down below and the video of where the towers used to stand and where is all the rubble gone. And have you been able to, is there any way you can answer that question?
I'm sorry, Peter, I didn't get the question.
Okay, I apologize. Jackie Judd and several other people keep asking us, when you look at where the towers used to stand, there is surprisingly so little rubble. Where did all the rubble go?
It's a very good question, Peter, and I have asked some people who've been doing some of the rescue and recovery work this morning. If you look behind me, you can see the very remains, the skeletal remains of the World Trade Center. And one volunteer, Robert Gerlinski, explained to me the reason there's so little rubble is that all of it simply fell down into the ground and was pulverized, evaporated.
Evaporated? I don't think he meant to look as silly as he did. You have to feel sorry for the guy. He's doing the best he can. It's his job to explain to the world what's going on there, and that's the best he can do. The building's gone. And people tend to keep asking questions until they're given an answer. They don't stop and think if it makes sense. And that was the best answer he was given. What this does tell us is that there was a lack of debris. I saw this live that day, you know, one day after 9/11, and thought, oh, cool, somebody else is asking that question that I've been wondering about. But that was the last day I heard that question asked. Where is all the material?
Is there one artifact that stands out for any particular reason for you?
I think the lack of artifacts stands out to me quite a bit. I think the fact that I haven't seen a door, I haven't seen a phone, I haven't seen a computer, I haven't seen a doorknob. I think that stands out. But for the things that we have seen, every now and then we'll come across a stuffed animal that might have been on somebody's desk. Pictures that were on people's desks that we're trying to restore.
seconds, the fiery concoction eats through the bonnet, spraying molten thermite into the engine beneath.
Good evening, everybody. It's great to be here in Toronto and at the Toronto hearings, where we've assembled to look at the evidence, package it, and make sure it gets used by the media, by governments, and by individuals all around the world. I represent 1,550 architects and engineers now, calling for a new investigation of the destruction of these towers. Why? Because the evidence shows, and as I believe you'll see today, that all three skyscrapers were destroyed by explosive controlled demolition. How do we know that? Because we are using the scientific method to figure out what happened that day. We have visual evidence that there's extreme explosive forces at play in the Twin Towers, hurling without regard to public safety. Or the care of the surrounding buildings, many of which were quite destroyed. And the question is, why did they do it that way? My speculation, and it's just that, is that they didn't have access to the perimeter columns as much, perhaps. So they had to have enough explosive force to take out not only the core columns, but the floors and everything else in the building. They had to have enough explosive force to take out not only the core columns, but the floors and everything else in the building. And by default, that pressure sent these free-flying objects in such speed and distance.
Anybody coming? Which way is out? I go with you, brother. I think this is out. Go against the fence. Walk the fence. Gotcha. Hey! Come here. It collapsed. The top floors collapsed down. I saw it blow and then ran like hell. Thank God. I'm 69, but I can still run. There's got to be firemen trapped back there, though.
People were shown this image and told, collapse, collapse. You see this image? Collapse, terror, collapse, terror, collapse. And that's what they see when they look at it. But this is really frothing up. It shoots up and over it. It's like a drinking fountain of dust. This is steel turning into dust. There's all this thick, opaque dust that blocks out all of the sunlight trailing these beams. So let's say you're going to impersonate the beam. You jump off, you cover yourself with dust and jump off the top of the building. The person on the ground looking up, are they going to see that dust trailing behind you? No. Okay, you get a couple of bags of flour, jump off and heave the flour out as you're falling. You still don't have enough. How many armloads of flour are you going to have to eject off of you to make that much dust? That has to be the material itself frothing up into dust to create that much dust. So something that turns solid steel into dust exists, some technology. Now going back to the previous slide, if you hadn't considered that and you'd start out with nukes, thermite, fire, all sorts of, you wouldn't have included that option because you don't know of that technology. But the data will show you that it exists. Watch this column here. Watch it faint. Just faints into dust. Now this peels like a banana. And you see immediately you have clear air around it. My detractors often say, well, the thing fell over and it had dust settle on it, and the dust fell off, and it's so fine it hangs in the air. Well, how could dust settle on it instantly? It hangs and then you see it frothing up into dust. But this sequence here is really creepy. It starts off very crisp outline, and then pretty soon it's hazy. If this thing fell over And the folks who say that the dust was so fine it hung in the air, how did it settle to begin with? Or you have another problem, the dust, coarse dust settled on it and became fine dust. Whatever way you look at it, there's a problem. Even if you have this is 700 feet tall. If you have a 700-foot deep hole in the ground and drop that thing down, it wouldn't do this. If it fell over, it'd take out a few city blocks worth of buildings. You'd see it on the ground. It's not there. It turns to dust in front of you. Here's something else. See, there's some columns there, and then they go missing as it comes. This is closer to the ground. And you will also see over here where dust is shooting out of the ends of those beams, or the columns, and it's starting to look like tissue paper. There was very little of that material that reached the ground.
this huge, incredible force of wind and debris actually came up the stairs.
That feeling of just riding the air.
Very, very fierce wind, and my helmet, it started lifting me up off the ground.
Do you feel like me wearing that blue shirt, entering a stadium full of people wearing a green, red, and white shirt? Do you feel like that, isolated because there are so many other planted stories? Do you feel like the outsider?
Somewhat. I realize this is what the game is. We have, the hall monitor who guards door number 1 and sends them into door number 2 if they come out. The lie behind door number 2 and so forth. And they're always keeping them occupied. So any door is good as long as it isn't the evidence. So all of them are united in trashing me because I only present evidence. I don't present any theories, but they call it a theory so they can discount it to keep people from looking at it, because the objective is to keep people in this false choice dilemma. And I've got an example I give, as an analogy. If you get 1 plus 3 plus 9 plus 6 plus 4 plus 7 plus 2 plus 3 plus 9 plus 5 plus 8 equals 57. Is 57 a theory? I'm asking you.
No, it's fact.
Is it an opinion?
No.
Is it a view?
Well, first of all, I couldn't add all those numbers in my head, so I'm trusting that 57 is the right number. But if I were to get a calculator and the answer was 57, then it's fact.
Good answer. Is it a view?
No.
Is it a thesis?
No.
Speculation?
No.
Or is it a conclusion based on the sum of the information given?
The latter.
Okay. Now, could you arrive at the same number, 57, if you omitted all but the last 2 numbers, 5 plus 8?
No.
Bingo. So how can someone come up with what happened if they eliminate almost all of the evidence?
Basically, my name is Abraham Davis Rodriguez. I'm a medical student here in Peoria at the University of Illinois College of Medicine. I studied at the University of Illinois, got a bachelor's degree in biology. Basically, I supported this organization and I'm a big fan of it, but I found out there was all this evidence that you weren't talking about. There's evidence such as the New York City seismographic data, the University of Alaska magnetometer data, the New York Police Department forensic study that found only 1 file cabinet of the thousands. The rest of them were missing, and the one remaining file cabinet showed severe metal distortion, almost like it had been warped in some way. The undamaged bathtub beneath World Trade Center, the trains that were down there, the PATH trains, all this information that's easily verifiable. And I was wondering why you weren't talking about it, and I was really concerned, and I only mentioned a couple of things. There are hundreds and hundreds of things, and so I wanted to message you and see if you had heard of them. And because the scientist that found all this information is also a scientist like you, her name is Dr. Judy Wood. She's a PhD scientist, got her degree in materials science engineering from Virginia Polytechnic Institute. I thought you would really want to know about this. So
yeah, this is really important.
So
let me address the issue.
There is ask my question, though.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, basically, I found out that you took legal action, too,
What's the
with all this
question?
information. And so I sent you the question in an email if you had heard about any of this evidence and why you weren't talking about it. But you banned me from your petition. You never responded to my email. I silently.
What's your name again?
Abraham Davis Rodriguez.
Oh, hi, Abraham.
I was silently
What's the
banned.
question now, and I'll answer it.
Okay, well, basically, because I was silently banned from your petition for that one email, never heard back from you. My question is kind of it's 4-in-1, so. Mr. Gage, why don't you mention any of the large sum of very important empirical evidence from 9/11 on your website or in the presentations?
Let's take it one at a time. Let's start with that one, okay?
Sure.
I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm trying to give them the information I think they need, which is a clear, honest response to your questions. There's a whole lot of evidence and very weird things that happen at the World Trade Center. Okay, there are about 10,000 file cabinets that are missing. There's about 20,000 floor trusses and 220 acres of metal decking that's missing. The question is, where did it go? Some people believe that there's a fine, incredibly fine distribution of explosives that would be responsible for the turning into small metal filings, which we find in the World Trade Center dust. Small metal filings, which could account for the file cabinets, the 220 acres of metal decking. And so that's one possibility. Others have posited other possibilities, such as what Abraham was talking about with advanced weapons.
I didn't say anything of the sort.
Well, it's a possibility that Judy Woods is advanced, so I'm just mentioning. Is that okay? Sure. Just a minute.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's because it's important to respond to. Now, we don't know much about weapons that we don't know much about, right?
This huge, incredible force of wind and debris actually came up the stairs.
That feeling of just riding the air.
Very, very fierce wind, and my helmet, it started lifting me up off the ground.
And just picked me up and tossed me about a block. At one second I was running, and the next second I was airborne.
stay away from any other high-rise building. Okay. That's the target. Look out. I hope I live. I hope I live. It's coming down on me. Here it comes. I'm getting behind a car. I just buried him sick. I'm sorry I came down. I just had to help you, but I should have known a second moment ago. Oh God. It is black as night and I'm outside in broad daylight. I just came and got down behind a car. You know, I can see a tiny bit. This is incredible. Okay, I'm gonna have to go find people who need help. I don't think I'm one of them. You okay, sir? Okay. There's all these noises. I don't know what it is. They say someone needs help.
That looks more like lasagna noodle. How do you load a beam like that to get it to curl? It's not a mechanical load.
And we don't know much about weapons that we don't know much about, right? They're not, we don't have the understanding of what else might be available, given that it's not public information. So what we do at Architects and Engineers for Time and Truth is present in the limited time that we have the most solid scientific forensic data that we can give you, that you can take to the American people, your friends, neighbors, colleagues, architects, engineers, government officials, and media representatives, and that they won't think you are a kook. Okay, this is solid evidence that we present. Now, I'm not going to present every piece of evidence out there that I can't explain. I'm not going to present every piece of evidence out there that I can't explain. What good does that do me or you? I'm not going to present every piece of evidence out there that I can't explain. What good does that do me or you? What's your next question?
My next question is, why didn't you take all this smoking gun evidence, such as the thermite that's supposedly peer-reviewed, why did you never file that in a court of law, yet Dr. Judy Wood took all the evidence, just a brief sum that I mentioned.
I'm an architect.
And she filed that in a court of law,
okay.
And it went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court in October of 2009. So
Okay.
why have you never filed this evidence in a court of law to pursue NIST
Well,
and the people that engaged with NIST in the conflict of interest relationship to use our tax dollars for those phony 9/11 investigations?
This is an important discussion. I'm just trying to kind of carry it along so others have an opportunity, and I don't want to cut you short. I'm not an attorney. I'm not an attorney. We're architects and engineers. We have produced the evidence. It's available for you to file it, to do whatever you want with it, make it happen. I'm working 80 hours a week, harder than I've ever worked in my life. I'm managing a large organization of 40 volunteers with almost no funding. And I don't have time to sleep, much less file lawsuits. I don't even know how to do that.
And one thing I just noticed here on their website, it says they're a 501c3 nonprofit organization.
That means they
Does that
can't
mean-
lobby Congress for a new investigation.
That's what my next question was. Does that mean I know they're religious groups?
Yes.
Religious groups cannot criticize the government from the pulpit if they're a 501c3. Is that correct, Deanna?
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay, good. I guess that answered some questions there.
Yes.
No attorneys have come forward yet and said, here, I want to take your stuff to court. I would say, please do it, for goodness sakes. Next question.
Okay, last part. I just want to know, do you ban all your members that just message you sharing evidence, asking? I honestly want to know.
Be quiet.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
Sit down.
Let him talk. I'll answer your question.
Results of quote-unquote scientific test carried out on AE 9/11 quote-unquote truth. June 21st, 2011. It was recently brought to my attention that a second AE 9/11 truth petition signer, Scott Krajka, had remarks relating to the research of Dr. Judy Wood into the destruction of the WTC deleted from the biography section of his profile. When he saw that this had happened, he asked for his profile to be deleted. Therefore, it seems to be clear that they are attempting to censor the study of available evidence. I have included Mr. Krajka's correspondence below and the response he was sent by AE 9/11, and I thank him for allowing us to post this. It now seems to be the case that the behavior of the AE 9/11 group has been tested and the results are repeatable. A previous test by Abraham Hafiz Rodriguez, who also mentioned the research of Dr. Judy Wood to Richard Gage, resulted in his name being deleted from the petition, initially without his knowledge. At an event in Peoria, Illinois, Abe Rodriguez asked Richard Gage why he was deleted from the petition. Gage's responses were rather vague and even contradictory. Similar results were obtained by We Are Change, Oshkosh. It should be pointed out that Dr. Judy Wood is the only person to initiate court action based on the scientific evidence pertaining to the destruction of the WTC. She is also the only person to complete and publish a comprehensive and independent forensic investigation into the destruction of the WTC. It seems that the conclusions of this forensic investigation are so important that whole organizations who claim to be oriented around truthful, open investigations have been tasked with covering up, muddling up, and attempting to discredit this research.
Let him talk. So now Abraham was banned because he put on his profile information which we find confuses and distracts people from the evidence that we believe is most solid.
perhaps any of this information was on their websites, and it was not. None of these very important facts were on the Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth site or on Alex Jones's website. It's baffled as to why these people who claim to be searching for the truth, why they were not sharing all of these truthful, factual, very important pieces of evidence. And it just didn't seem right to me. So I actually ended up messaging Richard Gage, sent him an email, asking him if he knew about these facts on Dr. Judy Wood's website, and if he did know about them, I'd like to know how he feels about them and why they're not on his website, given the fact that they are very important and need to be considered in any investigation of 9/11. And they should not be omitted and just completely not present on his website. And rather than getting a reply back from him, I didn't get any answer to my question, and I actually got banned from their website. I went back a couple weeks later to see if maybe there was an update, or maybe if I got a message through their website, since I'd never heard back through the email. And when I went back to check, it turns out that my account and profile had been completely deleted, even though there was no controversial information or any reason for my profile to have been deleted. All they had done was send him a private email. And
there was no response, no message to you?
No, not at that time. So I was very concerned by that. It felt very unprofessional and very suspicious, especially considering that I was a donor and supporter of them for over a year, or approximately 1 year. So I naturally started telling people that. I was going to other truth forums, and I would ask other people if they had these experiences with 9/11 truth, and I would tell them about what happened to me and tell them what information I had sent them that led to that action. And I was really turning people on to Dr. Judy Wood's website and the facts that are presented there. And that is when I got contacted by them. I ended up getting contacted by not Richard Gage, but by this volunteer coordinator named Mark Graham. And he basically tried to soften my concerns and say that he was sorry, that they did that, but they felt like there was a potential that because I had come across all this information, there was a potential that I could put that into my Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth profile, or I could use that information to contact other people's profiles and send it to them, and they didn't want that to be happening because they, quote, don't agree with her. Or what he said was, it's not within the scope of our mission. And regardless of whatever that means, when someone's just sharing facts, it's amazing that they would delete someone's account completely to prevent them from sharing facts before they ever even had shared those facts, regardless of how they feel about those facts. Number one, it's not in line with the truth. Number two, very professional and very disrespectful to just delete someone's profile that is a donor and supporter of you, just in case they might post something you don't like in their profile before they've ever posted anything like that in their profile. So it just felt really suspicious. We took lots of screenshots of that and documented it, and he ultimately ended up offering to refund my donations, if I would stop telling people what happened, if I would be quiet. And I didn't accept that offer from them because I felt it was more important to tell people what happened and tell people the truth than to just get my little $80 back or whatever it was. I really didn't care about that.
Let him talk.
So now Abraham was banned because he put on his profile information which we find confuses and distracts people from the evidence that we believe is most solid. We don't want every theory.
I don't have a theory, but to cover up facts, you call it a theory and say it's unsupported.
There's a whole lot of evidence and very weird things that happen at the World Trade Center. We don't want every theory out there on our website. There's a whole lot of evidence, theory, evidence. I'm not going to present every piece of evidence out there that I can't explain. We have produced the evidence. I'm not going to present every piece of evidence out there that I can't explain. We have produced the evidence. I'm not going to present every piece of evidence out there that I can't explain.
When thermite cuts out the steel and you have all this steel falling, it's going to make a big rumble when it hits the ground. So how come the seismographic data that you don't present...
Why would it rumble if it's liquid?
It doesn't melt all the steel. Remember you said you cut it out, cutter charges, right? So as the steel's falling, it hits the ground, it makes a big vibration.
And hit the other buildings on the other side of the street.
This is mainly for you, sir. How come the seismographic data from New York City...
I don't understand the seismographic data. I haven't studied it.
We have produced the evidence.
I don't understand the seismographic data. I haven't studied it.
We have produced the evidence.
I don't understand the seismographic data. I haven't studied it.
I'm working 80 hours a week.
I don't understand the seismographic data. I haven't studied it.
We have produced the evidence.
I don't know. It's very confusing. I'm an architect, not a seismologist.
Sure.
Wait a minute. He's a architect in San Francisco and doesn't have any understanding of seismographs. What's wrong with this picture?
I want a good answer for why you silently banned me just for sharing evidence. This was before I even knew if she was right, which it seems she is.
Because Judy Wood's material is easily discredited in the eyes of a mindless public who can't even believe their own eyes.
What's far out about evidence?
Exactly right, and that's what I have defended in the past.
Let's not talk about the evidence because it'll what's the word to use? Discredit us. Let's talk about a different lie.
That's right. Let's talk about a different lie. Exactly.
We don't want every theory out there on our website in people's profiles. So we do censor the profiles. So that's what's going on.
Completely banned. And I just wanted to say, if anyone really wants an investigation, please read this book. It is the most important book I've ever read in my entire life. And just take it for yourself and please just read it.
Thanks, Abraham.
From Where Did the Towers Go by Dr. Judy Wood, please. Like, we're all on the same team.
Appreciate that very much. Next question. Right here. There are other people promoting other theories that have, in my mind, a whole lot less science behind them. They include people like Judy Woods, who has a theory.
You know, I don't have a theory, but to cover up facts, you call it a theory and say it's unsupported.
They include people like Judy Woods, who has a theory that the directed energy weapons have brought down the Twin Towers, citing dustification of steel, which there's no evidence for in my mind, and other phenomena. Part of the effort to support this theory is to deny all of the extreme temperature evidence that you've seen up here, including the molten metal, the molten metal microspheres, the molten metal pools that the first responders see, the beams that were melted and documented by structural engineers.
That's another thing. I put my money where my mouth is. I contacted NIST, submitted a request for corrections. That was my act of whistleblowing, which qualified me to file a whistleblower case. And if somebody strongly believes that thermite was involved, then why, when they submitted their request for correction to NIST, they omitted any mention of thermite evidence or any mention of hot molten metal?
Amazing.
True, and see, when like I said, I had Richard on the show a couple of times, and I have always kind of looked at your work, and I've looked at his work, and I've looked at other people's, I guess you could say, speculation or opinions, hunches, like we were talking about. And of course, you know, Richard primarily talks about things like thermite. I've always kind of thought of that.
That's a theory that doesn't work. It's not evidence, it's a theory.
But in the back of my mind, I see it as if, you know, when this first occurred, and of course you get the two sides of the aisle, the people that believe the official narrative and then people that want to believe something else. And I feel like perhaps
he's there to scoop them up.
Right, the thermite was there to scoop those people up and to keep them from going deeper into the multi-layered conspiracy. That's what I've always thought. So
the second net. And once you figure that out, you can see it with everything out there.
Absolutely.
So I can't work toward a hypothesis that has very little, if any, evidence supporting it.
I don't understand the seismographic data. I haven't studied it.
When in fact it denies all of the evidence that we have.
So we do censor the profiles.
That is very, very well supported.
I'm not going to present every piece of evidence out there that I can't explain.
Scientific makes no sense to me.
I don't
so
think
I appreciate the question.
Does it deny the
oh yeah,
the
very
evidence?
clearly. Look at the book. In fact, it denies all.
It is the biggest researcher in this field, and I didn't saw her book even on the slides.
I've read the whole section on nanothermite, on molten metal, and it is denied.
there were firefighters waiting in knee-deep water right after the event. On 9/11, there was a water main that was broken, and they're wading through it. Yet folks say that it was real hot, molten metal. Did they use their waders to go through the molten metal? It doesn't make sense. They don't stop to think. And if it was molten metal, where's the resolidified big nuggets of re-solidified metal? I'm not saying there was no liquid metal, but it was not hot because, you'd had steam explosions. You have to look at the evidence. I think we all can remember the paper that was blown all over the place. Why wasn't the paper on fire if it was so hot? And the biggest thing is the 14 survivors in Stairway B, they walked out of there on their own steam. I mean, their own way of getting out of there. They didn't complain about having been cooked to death, come back from the dead having been cooked. No, they were alive.
Now, presumably, the reason, I encourage you to read it too, the reason, presumably, is that directed energy weapons operate at lower temperatures. And so she says that the dust was cool. In fact, there are many witnesses that talk about how warm that dust was.
I hope I live. It's coming down on me. Here it comes. I'm getting behind a car. I just buried him sick. Okay, I'm gonna have to go find people who need help. I don't think I'm one of them. You okay, sir? Okay.
In fact, there are many witnesses that talk about how warm that dust was.
And it's some first responder testimony that is always kind of interesting that I find. This is from Chief Fire Marshal Richard McCahey. He said, this is right after one of the towers turned to dust. He said, somebody, which actually helped me, I don't know who it was, after somebody said, I can't breathe, somebody, I don't know from which direction it came from, screamed out, don't panic. Or they screamed, relax, relax. It's not smoke. It's just dust. Just relax. At that point, that's when I started to realize my mouth was filling up with like a sandball. All of a sudden, I realized when whoever said that, now I'm starting to pay attention to my surroundings. I realized there was no heat, and you could breathe.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, stuff was going in your mouth, but it was like a cool air coming in when you could breathe it. So I said, maybe he was right. You couldn't see it was gritty.
So there's a number of things like that. Other theories.
I don't have a theory, but to cover up facts, you call it a theory and say it's unsupported.
So there's a number of things like that. Other theories include mini nukes, for which some people cite elevated background levels of radiation, but physicists, nuclear physicists that I've spoken with, account for those lower level background level radiation, and they do not account for any use of a nuclear weapon as we know it. So they say, well, these are advanced fourth generation nuclear weapons that we don't know anything about. Well, how can we argue with that? So we're going to take to the American people the very solid evidence that is self-supporting, and we're going to ignore the hypothesis
I think honestly, the first step is to just understand the facts, because without the facts, you yourself won't actually know what happened. And I know it's hard. It takes time to read and to watch videos and to look at pictures and graphs and to learn about them. But honestly, if you really care, then that's the first step you got to take, is to know what happened for yourself so that you can help other people to know. Because there's a lot of clout, there's a lot of disinformation, there's a lot of distracting and confusing information. So if you can try and cut through all that and actually just look at the facts and go to the sources, don't just look at Dr. Wood's website, even though it is extremely well referenced and very, very credible. Take it even further. Go to the sources that are provided and actually go to the USGS.gov website and the Columbia University Seismographic Institute, Seismology Institute's website, and actually look at that seismographic data raw from their website. And that's really what helped it sink in for me. And it is so overwhelmingly conclusive, this body of evidence, that it is not a theory and it's not a hypothesis. And it's very troubling to see so many people still referring to it as such, because it's an incorrect statement. And I just wanted to share something really quick to kind of close from my end to help articulate why that is, because a lot of people don't have the scientific understanding to know when something is not a theory anymore or not a hypothesis anymore, for example. So just wanted to share that theory, speculation, and belief are not necessary to understand that directed energy was used on 9/11. Rather, only detailed study of the empirical evidence from 9/11 is necessary. Situations like this are rare in science, I'll admit, when there's so much empirical evidence that one can actually bypass the process of theorizing and speculating to instead draw an irrefutable conclusion from that evidence. And this is actually a major difference between Dr. Wood and other researchers, is that she did not lead with a theory and try to fit evidence to her theory or find evidence to support it. She simply gathered as much of the evidence from 9/11 as she could, everything from weather to the dust samples to witness testimonies, everything, and then put it all together and said, okay, what is this? What can we conclude from this? And so what you'll find is that it is irrefutable and conclusive that there is nothing else that even comes close to explaining all this evidence, not any type of destructive force at all, whether it's kinetic energy like wrecking balls or gravity, or thermal energy like an explosive or thermite or nuclear warheads even. None of those things even come close to explaining this evidence, but directed energy weapons explain it with overwhelming conclusiveness. And there's a quick little analogy that I wrote that I was inspired by Eric Larson, Dr. Eric Larson, to write, that helps to explain what that means to people. So just put yourself in this theoretical example for a second. So please consider this example. It helps to illustrate the difference between a conclusive body of evidence versus a theory or hypothesis. So pretend that I had my attorney provide you with the following verified and certified factual evidence. I own a common household pet. It's a mammal. It has 4 legs. It has sharp teeth. It eats meat. It has lots of hair. It barks very loudly. It drools when I place food in front of him. He wags its tail when he gets excited. He eats from under the table. He often chases cats. He barks at the moon. He can be trained to do many tricks, including sit, stay, and roll over. He can play fetch. He has a strong sense of smell. He's often used by law enforcement to fight crime. He's often used for hunting, to retrieve and flush out game before the game is shot. He's closely related to wolves. He's a domesticated animal derived from wolves, and he's also known as man's best friend. So based on that factual information that I just provided you with, you can irrefutably conclude, without theorizing or speculating, that I own some type of dog, because there's no other possible explanation that even comes close to accounting for all of those verifiable facts I just gave you to describe my pet. You don't need to theorize, you don't need to speculate, you don't need to guess. You simply have to review all of those facts that I gave you and know them in detail to know beyond any reasonable doubt that I own some type of dog. Now, you can only conclude that I own a general category of animal known as a dog. You can't say it's a brown dog or it's a Labrador, because you didn't have enough facts to go that far. That would be theory or speculation. But you can at least irrefutably conclude without theory or speculation that I own a general category of animal known as a dog. And that analogy is exactly related to 9/11 because the evidence is that overwhelmingly conclusive. If you just take the time to understand it, you can know that some type of general category of weapon known as a directed energy weapon was used to turn those buildings mostly to fine dust in midair before they ever hit the ground. And it's very hard for me to say that to colleagues and stuff because they don't understand the evidence. So, but I have no problem saying that anymore because I understand the evidence that well that it's irrefutable. And so that's why when you ask me what can people do, I encourage them to first try and understand the evidence as much as you can before you try and go raising awareness about it, because a lot of people are not going to wake up to a simple YouTube video or a quick little news article. They're going to want the facts. And so try and understand the facts first.
A quick summary is that the buildings didn't burn up, nor did they slam to the ground, but they turned into dust in midair. How do I know that? Because if they had collapsed to the ground, you'd have a pile of debris that would correspond to 210-story buildings. That didn't happen. Lower Manhattan would have been flooded due to a broken bathtub, the dike that holds out the Hudson River. Few people realize that the towers were built in the Hudson River. And the bedrock is 70 feet below the water table. So there's this dike, they call the bathtub or slurry wall, that holds out the Hudson River. If you crash down two 500,000-ton buildings onto the bathtub, it would have ruptured and flooded the subway tunnels, the PATH train tunnels. That didn't happen. As a matter of fact, when they took down the remains of Building 6, they used a cable to pull it down because they were afraid to use explosives. And this was a 6-story building. It was just this little clump left. And the other way I know that it wasn't that buildings turned to dust, just the simple way, is that if the buildings had collapsed to the ground, they'd make a thud, and the seismic signal that was recorded did not correspond to the size of the buildings. The seismic signal corresponded to a 16-story building or a 20-story building, not 110-story buildings.
There's so few people that are actually, interested in this now. Most people accept the official account or some version very close to that and all that's followed on, and it's absolutely horrendous.
Or the official diversion.
The official diversion. And I think, Dr. Wood and I were talking probably for about an hour or so this morning, about our feelings about essentially, why are Dr. Wood and I doing what we're doing? Well, it's because there's a cover-up. It's because people don't know what we know. And we're not talking about theories and stuff like that. We're talking about what we know and can prove. And I was having a conversation with somebody on Facebook last night about this, and they just said, "Oh, there's so many theories out there, and I've watched a load of them, and I don't know what to believe." And this is one of these kind of mind control games, which is played on people, that you put things in this framework of belief and not of knowledge. You say, well, I believe this, I believe that, and let's have a debate about what each of us believes, and all of this. And I think we've probably talked a little bit about this on the program before, but it's a huge problem. I think it's far bigger than people realise. And
by far.
And then going back to Dr. Wood's book, it's very dangerous to the powers that be for several reasons. One is because it unravels 9/11 in terms of what happened to the World Trade Center complex completely and conclusively. When you've read the book, you know that the only explanation is directed energy weapon of some kind, and you know the characteristics that weapon system has. But what's in Dr. Wood's book, when you've been through it and you've seen how it's constructed and how the data is put together, it actually changes the way that you think. And that's even more dangerous to the powers that be, because once you adapt and change your mode of thinking, then it's like building up an armory. You become resistant to psychological operations, or you become more resistant to it. If you truly study what's in that book and you truly kind of take it into your understanding, and your way of thinking, then you can begin to see that you're surrounded by psychological operations. It's just everywhere you look. But then what we were discussing earlier today is the cover-up itself, and the way that is still going, and it is being carefully maintained by groups like...
Absolutely, sure.
Yeah, absolutely, by groups like Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth.
The leaders of those groups.
And the leaders of those groups, and they're involved in a criminal cover-up, and under different circumstances, they could be taken to court and they could be held accountable for attempting to pervert the course of justice, because whether these people are being paid off or whether they're doing it because that whoever it is that's running the show has got a hold over them in some way,
their offspring.
Yeah, whatever it is, they've got photographs of these people in uncompromising positions or whatever it is. They are involved in a criminal cover-up, and one of the prime movers is the A911 group. Sorry, Julia.
Sorry, if you want to insert some, but it isn't. 9/11 wasn't that of an event. It's the cover-up that's enabled everything that's happened since. If there wasn't a cover-up, the case would be solved the next day. It's the cover-up that's allowed everything since to happen. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and absolutely. And what we were also talking about, obviously, the 9/11 was a massive trauma-based mind control event.
Oh, absolutely. It went on for such a long time, for several days. It was just...
As I said, it was an attack on human consciousness.
Yeah, and it was, and it is. And there's a lot that, you could write a great deal about that in and of itself. But I think what then happens is when you start to investigate this and you discover that people like Jim Fetzer, Richard Gage, Stephen E. Jones, David Chandler, David Ray Griffin, all these people, they, to a greater or lesser extent, have lied about the research. If they haven't lied about their own research, then they've lied about Dr. Wood's research. And you can also prove that as conclusively as you can prove what happened on 9/11.
All the people you just mentioned have a copy of my book.
Right,
yes,
right.
Indeed.
When you discover that you've got basically what I call the liars for 9/11 truth, is what I've come to call them collectively, when you discover they are actually liars, and you can prove that, then you can become traumatized again, because you can't really come to terms with this reality.
The enormity of it.
That you've got the horrible crime in the first place, the deception of the official story, and then these supposedly nice, cuddly people coming along and saying, oh, yeah, we know the official story is not true, but we know that it was bombs or thermite or mini-nukes, or this Dmitry Karlazov with his, nice sort of authoritatively sounding kind of suave Russian accent, that you get roped into. And then everyone that disagrees with the official story just repeats that endlessly on Facebook and in blogs and everywhere. You can easily become extremely disillusioned with, you know, and this again, and we certainly have spoken about this quite a lot, how we think, well, why can't people see through all of this? And another of the things we were discussing earlier today, and we said this before, is that if we look at Dr. Wood's research and the Where Did the Towers Go book and the videos that have been done by us and other people, if you get somebody who's, you know, basically come from the official story and they've got a little bit of suspicion, and then they look at Dr. Wood's videos or the book, they generally, you know, not exclusively in our experience, they get it straight away. However, the people that have been through the truther treadmill, or along the truther treadmill, they've got an extra layer of resistance, because they've got to then reject what they thought were good guys, you know, like Jones and Gage and all these other guys. They thought were good, and I went through that.
They've been trained not to look at my work.
Right. So they've got to basically chuck all that out again and say, oh no, I've got to go through this whole process again. And that in of itself, some people are just not up to that. In my experience, they just can't do it. They just, you know, they're just not going to get through it. And for other people, it's extremely traumatic, and they just forget it all, you know, and they can just go and do their garden or whatever, you know, that is their way of dealing with it, you know.
There's another thing I've seen too, is this with the, you know, creation of the internet, people who believe that you don't need to have a background in anything, you just need an opinion and an internet connection. And Google is your friend.
How true.
So
How true.
Whatever you find on the internet, you're an expert. Now you know the answers.
Mm.
Sure.
That is also a big problem. And as we've seen, and as we know, the internet is very much an information battleground in all kinds of ways. But the people that did 9/11, you know, they've got vast, perhaps even infinite resources, and they're perfectly capable of orchestrating coordinated disinformation groups to flood the internet with meaningless drivel to drown out you know, you've got this signal to noise ratio which they can ramp up, you know, to a very high level of noise, so that the signal barely gets through. And we've witnessed this well, I've certainly witnessed this going in phases, where we seem to have periods of relatively good signal strength getting through, and people, you know, seem to be getting the understanding of the information, and then we get a lot of noise coming through, and we're getting, you know, I just read this blog and it said it was mini nukes, and I think it was that, you know, because Jim Fetzer said it was, you know, and
well,
I mean,
it seems that whoever sets the agenda, whoever frames the debate and gets information out first, are the people that will have the benefit of being first, because then they can get a lot of people believing in what they're saying, because they have actually framed the debate, what they want people to believe.
And another part of the story that I forgot to share earlier, that I'd like to really emphasize, is involvement of Wikipedia in the censorship of this evidence, and what is going on, and why they are not only are they not sharing the evidence, but they're actually actively preventing it from being shared on Wikipedia, despite the fact that it is a public forum and a public place for discussion. So I signed up for an account on Wikipedia so that I could edit it, because it's available to be edited by the public. And I created a page devoted to Dr. Judy Wood. I created a page that talked about her academic credentials, talked about all of her peer-reviewed publications. She has many, many peer-reviewed scientific publications in major engineering journals. And her efforts as an academic professor, as a scientist, as a researcher, they are just unbelievably powerful in and of themselves, aside from all of this 9/11 effort that she has also put forth. So I thought that she is well deserving of a Wikipedia page. You know, there's many people who have done much less for the world and achieved much less with their lives that have Wikipedia pages, and I thought, of course, she deserves one. And so I created a page, put a lot of her information on there, and in one small section of the page, I mentioned her efforts in the 9/11 truth community. I mentioned that she has assembled of facts. I mentioned that she has taken these facts and actually sued the private corporations that were involved in the phony 9/11 investigations and the science fraud that occurred during those investigations. She actually sued them based on scientific merit, based on the Data Quality Act, trying to hold them accountable for the science fraud that they have put forth that continues to affect the world till this day. And I put some documents from her court case on there, and it was just amazing because within a few hours of creating that Wikipedia page, someone had already deleted it. Some moderator with higher powers had already deleted the page. And I tried to recreate it, I tried to appeal it, and that moderator would not allow that to be done, no matter what reasons I gave. And so my next step was to try and insert her name and website into the Wikipedia page called 9/11 Truth Movement. Because Wikipedia is not against discussing 9/11 truth. They even have a page called the 9/11 Truth Movement page on Wikipedia. So I thought, well, if I can't have her own page, then of course I can stick it in there. You know, stick a link to her website, stick her name, and mention her court case there. And after reviewing that page, I felt even stronger about that possibility and that decision, because there are many, many less qualified people who have contributed much less towards the actual discovery of the truth and alerting the public to the truth than Dr. Judy Wood has. For example, David Ray Griffin, who is, I believe his PhD is in theology, you know, the study of religion. He is mentioned on that page several times. He has got lots of information there discussing him and books he's written, and he's not even a scientist. And so I thought, well, of course, like, she definitely belongs on this page. I'm going to stick her in there, and hopefully this will bring more attention to the facts that she has discovered and assembled for us. And unfortunately, someone was even moderating that page very, very closely, because within a matter of minutes of inserting one or two sentences about her into one of the paragraphs and inserting a link to her website at the bottom of the page where the supplementary links are all posted, there's a whole bunch of links at the bottom of the page, so I put her website on that list of links. Within a few minutes, someone had detected that and had deleted out those sentences I had added and deleted out the link to her website that I had added.
It seems like her.
Very alarming.
It seems like her name might be flagged on Wikipedia.
Yeah, I would agree. Those are my suspicions that someone or a group of people were actively censoring and watching for any information about her, and they were just suspicions. You know, I didn't have any proof of it. I had this suspicious behavior, but the actual proof came during the appeal. So because it's a days. Within something just like 12 hours, my appeal discussion was closed and locked down so that no one else could comment on it or edit it. And so that was a violation of Wikipedia's own policy in the way that this was addressed. And that is when two very, very important things happened, both of which I've documented with screenshots, and we've created an internet article so that people can actually see what happened to me when this occurred. One is that my account was banned. So they completely banned my account because I was pointing out that they had broken the rules of the website to try and censor the information that I had put on there about Dr. Judy Wood. And then number two, that's when I got a message from one of the moderators that were involved in helping shut down the conversation and helping to censor the information that I was putting onto that page. And his user account was named Hooperbloob. Again, you can see these screenshots. I can refer you to the actual websites where they're hosted. But ultimately, it's what he said that is the second and most important thing of what happened with the Wikipedia exchange. He literally said to me, he said, I would give up on this topic. I would give it a rest. It's a waste of your time, because even if you came up with good reasons, better reasons that she should be mentioned on this page, they wouldn't let you anyway because she is on a block list. Her name is blocked. And so he admitted to me that there is a block list that Wikipedia has, and her name is on it. And so moderators are instructed to reflexively just block any mentioning of her or the material that comes with her name as part of their part of the way the moderator system works there.
Wow, they have
And
a
so-
special flagging specifically for Dr. Judy Wood. That's amazing. Wikipedia censors Dr. Judy Wood.
Yeah, and it's amazing. And on the other side of things, they do not censor any of the other 9/11 Truth individuals. There's full-fledged discussion about Richard Gage and Thermite and Alex Jones and Dmitry Kalazov, but no mentioning of Dr. Judy Wood. So it's okay to talk about everything else, thermite, bombs, explosives, nukes, jet fuel, whatever, but don't you dare talk about Dr. Judy Wood, otherwise they're going to freaking block that and they're going to ban you. So it's just amazing. And it's all documented in screenshots and actual snapshots of what actually happened, so you can read the exchange for yourself. You don't have to take my word for it or anything.
Okay, next we have an email from Roger G, and this is another question I get quite a lot. This one reads, have you read Dr. Judy Wood's book, Where Did the Towers Go? What caused steel-reinforced concrete, office furniture, filing cabinets, computers, toilets, basins, and people to turn to dust? Why were so many cars so strangely toasted? All right, thank you for that, Roger, and to all the others who have written in on this subject. Of course, I am familiar with Dr. Judy Wood and her work. I am not a proponent of it or an adherent to it. I am familiar with Dr. Judy Wood and her work. I am not a proponent of it or an adherent to it. I think she's made basic flaws in physics, for example with her billiard ball analysis, which provided examples of flagrant violations of conservation of energy and momentum, which wouldn't get you past a high school physics course, let alone anything approaching a resemblance of reality in scientific analysis. I think that if anyone who watches, for example, Dr. Greg Jenkins' interview with Dr. Judy Wood sees that she certainly did not come out the better of the two in that interview and can't even really seem to provide a coherent view of what she's talking about or the physical principles thereof.
And I wish to extend my thanks to Dr. Judy Wood for taking time out of her schedule for this interview. And on behalf of our ragtag band called DC 9/11 Truth, I welcome you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Dr. Greg Jenkins set up an ambush interview in a side room at the National Press Club, Washington, D.C. Why did Greg Jenkins plan this interview without telling anyone who knows Dr. Wood? Why did he bring at least 2 professional video cameras, recording equipment, special lighting, and a camera crew to the National Press Club that evening and not attend Jim Fetzer's presentation. Jenkins and or his group tried to talk Dr. Wood out of going to the restroom, saying the interview would only take 2 to 3 minutes. But Dr. Wood felt she couldn't wait. She saw the cameras for the first time after she came back from the restroom. Dr. Wood insisted on switching seats with Greg Jenkins because there were other people in the room who were watching the interview, and Dr. Wood did not wish to be forced to sit with her back to them. The people helping Jenkins felt they needed to change the lighting and camera positions. As you can see in the video, Jenkins is well lit and Dr. Wood is half in shadow for most, if not all, of the interview. Dr. Wood had no idea she was going to be interviewed, much less filmed. But she did agree to sit down for 1 or 2 questions on the condition that no permission would be granted until she had authorized the final product. Jenkins did not obtain a notarized signature, and no preview was ever offered by him or anyone connected to him before he posted the video on Google, though he had agreed to do so, sharing an email and a phone number. But both the number and the email address turned out to be fraudulent.
All right, I guess the first question is you have come up with some ideas regarding space-based weapons and the demolition of the World Trade Center towers. And I was wondering if you could give like an overview of the proposed types of weapons that could be used for such a thing.
We haven't really got into listing them yet, just energy weapons.
In what form?
I don't think we even need to define it. What we did was assemble all the pictures, evidence that we trusted, and just going through the evidence, just looking at it, because at that point what sort of motivated this paper was, wait, we've been told this story, that story, that story. Let's wipe the slate clean and start over. Let's see what evidence we do believe instead of relying on this rumor mill. You know, we're told about molten metal, but nobody's ever seen a picture of these rivers of molten metal. Let's see if we can find any pictures of it. Let's see what we can see. And so I started just looking through pictures and pictures and pictures. What were they telling me? What's the evidence? Okay. And what categories of information? And you start putting these categories of information together, and it starts building in one direction and eliminating various other possibilities.
Okay, okay. Well, I mean, no matter what the beam that is used in the situation, I've come up with an energy scale for the problem. If you use, like, say, a photon beam, a laser beam of some kind, you run into some problems, and namely the amount of energy required to evaporate the steel in the towers is...
Wait, you're specifying evaporation.
Sure.
What about dustification?
I guess they're all reading from the same script.
Right. They have a list of talking points and sound bites that they spiel off as they've memorized that they are to insert. Another thing that you didn't catch, that he almost tripped you up on, you didn't repeat it, but you didn't reject it either, but it's something that subconsciously goes into the listener's head. You were talking about the towers turning to dust in midair. He would repeat what you said with the word replaced, with dust replaced with vaporize.
Vaporize. Oh, okay.
And Stephen Jones does that, and Greg Jenkins has done that.
And lastly, we have the hypothesis championed by Dr. Judy Wood,
a violent opponent of the nanothermite evidence, who instead insists that the towers were vaporized to dust. And that's
the one thing I am most pleased with myself about in that setup deal that Greg Jenkins did, that each time he replaced turn to dust with vaporize, I called him on it. As tired as I was, that was I'm proud of myself for that. He kept trying to slither it in there.
Will involve, I guess the term you use is dustification of metal, or I guess another way you could get rid of it.
Trying to invent a new word.
Yeah, mine as well, right?
Poof,
yeah, or the vaporization of the metal in the towers, one or the other.
Mm-hmm. The reason, and I even state in my book why that is not. Alien Scientist tries to present that as a more scientific-y, word, but it's incorrect. It's incorrect to use a word with specific meaning and apply it to something that it does not, where it's not applicable.
Right.
The buildings were not vaporized. Vaporization implies heat. You know how you make a vapor over, steam?
Right. That's right.
High heat to vaporize metals or whatever. The building was turned to dust by a not high heat process. So vaporization is inappropriate for a term. So why this big effort to insert vaporization?
I mean, I can't believe people kept recommending her to me. Yeah. It's a joke. Her book is a joke. It's mostly padding. She thinks, She thinks that there was this beam weapon pointed at the Twin Towers that somehow vaporized the steel.
This is a slick thing because most people don't realize that difference. So if they start repeating my work saying, oh, she says it was vaporized, the person is innocent motives. They just don't realize the difference between turning to dust and vaporization. That right there, whatever they say after that, it can be refuted because vaporization is inappropriate.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. That's
it's
right.
Very slick maneuver, and I'm glad you didn't repeat it. Mm-hmm. But you didn't catch what was going on with that one. That was
very subtle.
A really slick one that he was just slithering through there.
I remember from 3-4 years back that his picture was different. You can see he's changed all the contrast. And he said in his presentation, this was thermite. So what's he doing? Saying, yeah, this is thermite. I am a physicist. I know what I'm talking about. Don't look at the building turning to dust, which is what's actually happening.
Also, because of the evidence of lack of high heat, you can eliminate the explanation of some kind of thermal energy weapon as the mechanism of destruction. So that right there eliminates laser beams from space.
Dr. Wood says maybe there's a beam of laser or microwave from space or something that came down and
So that right there eliminates laser beams from space.
One of Dr. Wood's hypotheses is a space-based weapon powered by free energy, another undocumented and unproven phenomenon. Given the time windows separating each of the destruction events at the World Trade Center, these couldn't have come from a single satellite-based weapon in regular orbit.
Okay.
So she claims that free energy gizmo powered the laser beam from space.
Yeah.
And which is totally incorrect. I'll say right now what the title of my book means. It shows evidence of what happened on 9/11. That evidence shows a technology was used that we haven't seen before, but that technology doesn't have to be used to destroy buildings. That same technology can be used for good and can be used to provide free energy to the world. So what technology was demonstrated on 9/11, the evidence from that is also evidence that free energy technology exists.
I just learned there were 1,400 cars toasted that day all over the streets of Manhattan.
No, that's right. The cars that didn't have anything fall on them were completely fried, but expanding. Just like a secret helicopter reportedly crashed. We know they're 30 years advanced what they really have, but there's another area that if you look at it, British physicists and others, and it turns out the government did measure this, you can confirm it, radioactive isotopes used in small nukes were picked up in levels off the charts in and around the towers.
No, I don't buy that. I don't buy that.
Now,
nukes were not used.
Well, the radiation was picked up. Now,
no, I don't buy it because when those towers went down, there was less impact than when they brought down the Superdome in Seattle. And there should have been way more. Those towers literally disintegrated. They went into dust. And nukes don't do that. Not at that level. Radiation would have been extremely high.
Well, I'll tell you, Tower 1 and 2 are very suspicious. But when you look at 7, that's a conventional controlled demolition.
No, it isn't. No, it was not either. Because you got to read the book, Where Did the Towers Go, by Dr. Judy Wood, BS, MS, and PhD.
No, I know who she is. I know who she is.
I just finished her book. It's very remarkable.
Mm-hmm. Well, I agree with you that Tower 1 and 2 exploded into pyrotechnic dust, and things are being ejected long distances. But 7, you can see the boom, 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 and the symmetrical collapse into its own footprint.
The NIST team found no evidence that explosives were involved in the collapse.
And our analysis showed that even the smallest explosive charge that was capable of bringing down the critical column in the building, had it occurred, we would have seen sound levels of 120 to 130 decibels about a half a mile away. That would have been an incredibly loud sound, and that sound was not picked up by any of the videos or witnesses that we have talked to.
But 7, you can see the boom, 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 and
second book of glasses. Came back 12 minutes later, looking like a Three Stooges movie covered with plastic. I swear to God. But he got a good thing, man. That's the good shit. Then we went back there. Whoa, 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 whoa!
The current White House communications czar Cass Sunstein co-wrote a paper in 2008 for the Harvard Law School in which he advocated the government employ covert agents to infiltrate groups with views that the government opposes and disseminate government propaganda amongst them.
But 7, you can see the boom, 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 and
and that, for example, Hutchinson effect has been debunked over and over and over. So I absolutely do not think that there's any valid reason for believing that Dr. Judy Wood is right on any of the things that she's talking about. For example, Hutchinson effect has been debunked over and over and over.
Here we have a collection of samples from 1979 to 1989 of metal pieces done by the Hutchinson effect apparatus. And we're going to start with the very first sample, which gained a lot of history around the world and also in a lot of national laboratories, which is this very large, heavy steel bar. As you can see here, the crumbling material here is off the end of this bar here. And actually it's a transmuted material that is unknown in the metallurgical handbooks. And this particular sample has been to Germany, in the United States, National Laboratories, also in Japan and other locations, and extremely rare material that appears to be a major transmutation. Now, getting into another sample here, we find a heavy piece of what they call extruded brass that exploded with inside itself, ripping it into this pattern here, ripping it apart. Very heavy, dense material. This is another time frame of about 1987, 88.
For example, Hutchinson effect has been debunked over and over and over.
Get it. My goodness, what the hell? Just pull it out of the test area over there and put some paper on in the hallway here. This used to be the oh my mercy, 7 long, just under 2 inch by 2 inch solid block of iron. And this is a small sample that just sort of did some strange stuff, but not as impressive as this thing.
For example, Hutchinson effect has been debunked over and over and over, so I absolutely do not think that there's any valid reason for believing that Dr. Judy Wood is right on any of the things that she's talking about.
they try to equate the evidence as though it's an opinion, and if it's an opinion, then if they discredit the opinion giver or whatever, then that's the way they cover up the evidence.
And also, I should mention the toasted cars, for example, have been repeatedly shown to have, for example, the toasted cars on FDR Drive, which people have gone to absurd lengths to try to explain away. All of this is by way of background of saying that there's absolutely nothing convincing that I've seen in her arguments.
Remember with the World Trade Center, it was after the towers had gone poof because the dust was up blocking out the sunlight, and the various first responders would say, well, thank goodness the car in front of me just went in a spontaneous combustion because now I can see where I was. There's quite a few of them that talk about that. There's one gal, an EMT, whose coat caught on fire, or apparent fire. She's a human flashlight. And she didn't suffer from burns. Nothing hit her. Here's where the towers were, FDR Drive. That's West Broadway. I sometimes refer to it as the swamp because it kind of looked like a swamp. With all the wet paper, fire hoses on the paper and dust and junk. Only the cars there were toasted. That's the toasted car park. FDR Drive. Now some folks believe that the cars were towed there. Well, not all of them were towed there. I don't know if any were, but I know some were not. There's a first responder down here who witnessed the spontaneous combustion of these cars, and like George Stephanopoulos' friend, was trying to explain it away and thought maybe a fireball got loose from one of the towers and rolled down the street and caught the cars on fire. That was the best he could come up with.
Now I'd like to read something. This is from EMT Patricia Androvic. And this is what she says. Okay. There's hundreds of cops all running up there, and I ended up running through this park, and I couldn't even see where I was running anymore. I kept running north. Question: through North Park? Yes, I guess that's North Park. It's a big green grassy area, and there's nothing there. As I was running up there, 2 or 3 more cars exploded on me. They weren't near any buildings at that point. They were just parked in the street. The traffic guys hadn't gotten a chance to tow anything yet, because this was all during the first hour, I guess, of this thing happening. So there were still cars parked on the street, and that were completely independent of that. 3 cars blew up on me. Stuff was being thrown. I went home all bruised that day. Thank God it was only bruises. I just ran into this park along with a bunch of other people, and stuff was blowing up. I don't think I looked back, but you couldn't see anything. Everything was just black. I was running, and I was falling over people, because people were crawling on the ground because they couldn't see anymore. I just kept on running north. I could smell water, so I just kept on running towards the water, because I knew that my coat was on fire. And I figured, well, if I can see a boat over the water, I'm just going to jump onto the boat and take that thing to Jersey, because no one wants to blow up Jersey. Stuff is just blowing up behind me as I'm running. I can hear stuff exploding. I could hear rumbling. The street under me was moving like I was in an earthquake. I've been in those, so I know what they feel like. It felt like an earthquake. So what do you make of that, Dr. Judy, that
She's describing what she was experiencing. One of the biggest things that jumps out at me with that is that I went home with bruises, all bruised that day. Thank God it was only bruises. She has stuff blowing up on her, and she only has some bruises.
Yeah, that is interesting.
She also had her hair catch on fire, but nothing hit her.
Nothing hit her, and her coat caught on fire too, right?
Yeah. She said instead of calling it a turnout coat, she called it a burnout coat.
Right.
It's on fire, and because the dust going up and blocking out the sunlight, you couldn't see where you're going. But she said, "Well, now she's a human flashlight because her coat was on fire."
Now, wasn't that like you said? The coat was meant to repel fire, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But it caught on fire. What would cause that?
Well, it appeared to be fire. We're not going to call it fire.
Right. It appeared to be fire.
What appeared to be fire. Weird fire is what I've used because just something to mark it as not assuming it's fire. But it's something weird was going on. She also had her shoelaces appeared to go into spontaneous combustion. But she didn't get clobbered with any, she went home all bruised that day. Thank God it was only bruises.
Yeah, thank God it was only bruises. Everything is, So
she doesn't describe being hit by anything.
No, not at all. And she also said it was independent of where the towers were, too, she said, didn't she?
Well, it was going north.
Yeah, so it's not like the towers fell on top of this and the gasoline was exploding inside the gas tank.
But she wasn't burned.
Right, but they were lighting up.
Yeah, her hair appeared to catch on fire. But, she didn't talk about having been burned. There's also another Patrick Connolly, first responder who, when the towers was coming apart, he tried to get into Building 7. He decided that wasn't a safe place and came back out, couldn't see where he was going. And then thank goodness the cars started lighting up because then he could see where he was going.
That's the other one I was thinking of. Yep, everything just spontaneously. He literally said that they spontaneously lit up and he could see. He said that.
And that actually is a more precise term, lit up. He wasn't saying caught fire. They lit up. This weird fire issue. Also, what was interesting is over here on the Manhattan Bridge, there were some first responders, some EMTs driving towards the World Trade Center. They said you could feel the heat from the bridge. It was so hot from the towers. But paper over here was not burned. How could you feel heat from there? I'll bet she felt something and interpreted as heat. Some kind of energy field. Because that's quite a distance away.
And you can't even really seem to provide a coherent view of what she's talking about or the physical principles thereof. And also, I should mention that toasted cars, for example, have been repeatedly shown to have, for example, the toasted cars on FDR Drive, which people have gone to absurd lengths to try to explain away. All of this is by way of background of saying that there's absolutely nothing convincing that I've seen in her arguments. However, having said that, I'm also very skeptical about the, for example, the thermitic materials paper that was produced by Dr. Niels Harrit et al. I think there are some scientific questions that have been raised in the last year or two about that paper that I have not seen properly addressed. So I'm going to be keeping my eye out on that. But as I've said over and over and over again on my podcast, I am perfectly happy to let all of the people who want to continue their internecine squabbles over the demolitions of the buildings and to concentrate on that 100% as if 9/11 truth equals the buildings.
You first need to start out with what happened. That's the key. You first have to establish what happened before you can determine how it happened, before you can determine who did it or why they did it. If you don't know what happened and you immediately start with how it happened, who did it, or what did it, you have to assume the what part of it. You have to assume what happened. So you're solving an imaginary problem, not a real problem.
For people who want to do that are absolutely, I'm happy to let them do that. And I will continue to concentrate on all of the other aspects of 9/11, which no one else ever talks about anymore for some reason. No one talks about air defenses, no one talks about the money trail, no one talks about the so-called alleged hijackers, where they came from, their connections, etc., etc. No one talks about all of the background information that makes 9/11 9/11. They only talk about the buildings. I don't talk about the buildings as much anymore because, for one, I'm not a physicist, I don't claim to be one. I'm not a scientific, I'm not an engineer. I'm not an architect, so I'll leave that to other people to squabble over. I will talk about the issues that I'm more interested in, and Dr. Judy Wood is not one of them. Let's move on. Finally, we have a Have you or a loved one ever found yourself saying something like this?
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories concerning the attacks of September the 11th.
Or this?
Yeah, come on. Listen, there has never been a conspiracy in this country.
Or this.
And conspiracy theories are bullshit.
Then you might be suffering from cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance? What's that? The theory of cognitive dissonance was first posited by American social psychologist Leon Festinger in 1957 to explain the discomfort and mental stress that we feel when our beliefs, ideals, or values don't match up to reality. Festinger's theory states that when people are in a state of dissonance, that is, when their beliefs or values don't match up with their behavior or experiences, they will adjust those beliefs or values, or even adjust their perception of reality in order to achieve consonance. Furthermore, Festinger showed that people will actively avoid situations or information that might challenge those beliefs and values in order to avoid dissonance. I don't talk about the buildings as much anymore because, for one, I'm not a physicist, I don't claim to be one. I think she's made basic flaws in physics. Cognitive dissonance? What's that? The Corbett Report recently talked to Barry Cooper about his involvement in the Bohemian Club of San Francisco. Dr. Barry Cooper, I understand that you're a member of the Bohemian Club of San Francisco.
Well, I am. It's a social club, and it's one of the attributes of it is we don't talk about it.
Mr. Gage, why don't you mention any of the large sum of very important empirical evidence from 9/11 on your website or in the presentations?
Do you ever mention the Grove when you're talking to your students about the power structures that govern global geopolitics?
I doubt it.
Really?
Why didn't you take all this smoking gun evidence, such as the thermite that's supposedly peer-reviewed, why did you never file that in a court of law, yet Dr. Judy Wood took all the evidence, just a brief sum of that I mentioned.
I'm an
architect. And she filed that in a court of law, and it went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court in October of 2009. So why have you never filed this evidence in a court of law to pursue NIST and the people that engaged with NIST in the conflict of interest relationship to use our tax dollars for those phony 9/11 investigations?
This is an important discussion. I'm just trying to kind of carry it along so others have an opportunity, and I don't want to cut you short. I'm not an attorney.
Don't you think it would be a good idea to talk about 2-week outings with presidents and advisors and academics and other luminaries in front of 40-foot stone owls?
I don't know. I mean, generally what I do in my classes is I take texts and discuss what the texts mean.
I see.
You ban all your members that just message you sharing evidence, asking? I honestly want to know.
Be quiet. Let him talk. Sit down. Let him talk. I'll answer your question.
Festinger showed that people will actively avoid situations or information that might challenge those beliefs and values in order to avoid dissonance. William Binney spent 30 years with the NSA before resigning in 2001 and beginning a whistleblowing crusade over the agency's flagrant violation of the U.S. Constitution. Now, he has joined forces with Richard Gage, signing the petition from Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, calling for a new investigation into what really happened on 9/11/2001. This is a GRTV feature interview with our special guests, William Binney and Richard Gage. I don't talk about the buildings as much anymore. I will talk about the issues that I'm more interested in, and Dr. Judy Wood is not one of them. This is a GRTV feature interview with our special guests, William Binney and Richard Gage. First of all, Richard, obviously, my regular listeners will be familiar with yourself and your organization, but there's always new listeners joining in. Why don't you just explain to us what Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth is?
It's amazing that they would delete someone's account completely to prevent them from sharing facts before they ever even had shared those facts, regardless of how they feel about those facts.
We're a nonprofit organization of over 2,200 architects and engineers.
I sent you the question in an email if you had heard about any of this evidence and why you weren't talking about it. But you banned me from your petition. You never responded to my email.
What's your name again?
Abraham Davis Rodriguez.
Oh, hi, Abraham.
now demanding a real investigation of what happened at the World Trade Center. We have over 19,000 other individuals joining us demanding a real investigation based on the specific evidence, the scientific evidence for explosive controlled demolition. At all three World Trade Center skyscrapers on 9/11.
Now, tell us specifically about the petition that's available for signing by architects and engineers and other supporters at ae911truth.org.
The petition demands of Congress a real investigation that...
They want a new investigation? Well, read my book. There you go.
Yes.
If they're calling for a new investigation, what they're doing is admitting that they are not capable of conducting an investigation.
How true.
Well, as I'm sure you're aware, the implications of the petition that you have signed are, if you'll excuse the pun, quite explosive. Fessinger showed that people will actively avoid situations or information that might challenge those beliefs and values in order to avoid dissonance. If you'll excuse the pun, quite explosive.
A 110-story building above us, and I'm looking up at the sun.
And a split second later, I opened up my eyes, and I was just sitting there, totally numb, looking up at blue sky. Then it got dark from the smoke and everything, and I started to cough. I started to feel pain in my leg, and I said, I couldn't even believe at that point that I was alive, and I survived that, and there was nothing above me.
They had to have enough explosive force to take out not only the core columns, but the floors and everything else in the building.
Well, as I'm sure you're aware, the implications of the petition that you have signed are, if you'll excuse the pun, quite explosive, insofar as they do posit a fundamentally different narrative of 9/11 than the one that we've been told all of this time. And obviously, this hinges on an extremely important detail. I suppose you could call it a detail, whether or not these buildings were taken down as the result of a controlled demolition. But as I've said over and over and over again on my podcast, I am perfectly happy to let all of the people who want to continue their internecine squabbles over the demolitions of the buildings and to concentrate on that 100% as if 9/11 truth equals the buildings. And I will continue to concentrate on all of the other aspects of 9/11. And if that is the case, if we can establish that scientifically, that does fundamentally change the narrative of who was involved and what the government knew and what has taken place in the meantime. I say, really, I have recommended hundreds of books over the years. I think after 13 years of waiting for Amy Goodman or some other reporter to descend from the heavens and offer this information to the public, I think at this point we can pretty much determine who's going to talk about this topic and who isn't. We do not need any of these outlets. And that's not to say that we can't celebrate the good work that they do and use the good work that they do. They do some good work, so let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater, but let's just not rely on them for reporting about 9/11. Have you read Dr. Judy Wood's book, Where Did the Towers Go? What caused steel-reinforced concrete, office furniture, filing cabinets, computers, toilets, basins, and people to turn to dust? Why were so many cars so strangely toasted?
Dr. Wood's research, which has been ongoing since, probably about 2004. What she's compiled, as she said, is irrefutable. So essentially, the only way to muddy the waters is just to insert doubt at every possible opportunity. And there are some very sort of common techniques, which I think I put them all under the umbrella of perception management, whereby instead of using the word evidence, you never use the word evidence, you use the word theory. And this then, immediately mischaracterizes it so that a theory, of course, can be debated, to a much greater extent than evidence. If you talk about a building turning to dust, then that's not a theory, it's an observation. So, when you then try and say, oh, well, it's all this directed energy weapon theory, well, no, it's actually not a theory. This is what is actually, what the evidence tells you. And it's that whole scene, really, which I've written about, because that's what I saw was going on from about 2007. And I think it was also something that went on with the cold fusion research, where they tried to sort of say, well, these guys have no evidence. What they're doing is just messing about, and we're going to do a proper report on this and prove that it doesn't actually work. And if you can do that in a suitably sort of compelling manner, and look at, for example, if you can massage data and hide the subtle effects which Pons and Fleischmann discovered, then you can get away with it, which is what they did. And so we've seen a similar operation going on for the last, let's see, at least, well, for the last 5.5 years, really, almost now, and particularly since 2008, this seems to have accelerated with these groups like Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, which are essentially, we've now got some evidence that those groups were purely set up to stop people discovering what Dr. Judy Wood has put together and stop them from realizing that it was actually correct, to try and delay that realization for as long as possible.
Okay, now it's quite difficult to know how to pitch some of these talks because people who still think Osama bin Laden was involved, right, some of this might go over your head, all right? If you want to be convinced of what I'm saying, that covert technology was used to destroy the towers or disappear the towers, you would need to go on my website and watch 6, 7, 8, 9 hours of information which is there for you to see free of charge. So classified technology was used to destroy these towers. Now a major part of the cover-up of that, people think that the cover-up is just the fact that there were no Islamic terrorists, right? That's the cover-up that was given to the mainstream, right? But people such as the people in this audience who said, I don't believe that, right? They had to be managed, right? And they had to be managed to prevent them discovering this hidden technology. And this was the second part of the 9/11 cover-up, to keep the technology that did this hidden. And what this has involved is creating bogus researchers, some of them scientists, and groups to steer those questioning the official narrative towards conventional explanations. So it was done by bombs, or it was done by nukes, or it was done by thermite. And they have been very successful at this. Intelligence agencies are well practiced in setting up fake companies, fake pressure groups, fake websites. They do it all the time. It's their bread and butter. And that's what they've done with the 9/11 Truth movement. One person who has exposed a lot of this is Andrew Johnson. He's been featured on my show a lot. He got involved quite a few years ago now with some of these groups that contain scientists that were trying to find the truth about 9/11, or he thought they were trying to find the truth about 9/11, because Andrew posted some physics equations on a website and he was asked to join one of these groups. But after a while he realized that these groups, or the leaders of these groups, were being highly manipulative and were actually keeping people away from the truth. Anyone who spoke of something unconventional or strayed from the bombs in the building or thermite theories. So he's exposed a lot of this in his book 9/11 Finding the Truth. So they have created fake campaign organizations and groups. Now if you've got involved in one of these, I'm not criticizing people because this is extremely subtly done. It's very cleverly orchestrated, all right? So I'm not casting aspersions on anyone who's involved in Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth or any of these groups. But what I'm saying is that I suspect that the people running these groups are bogus. These groups all propagate fake theories which are based on conventional explanations. And just to reiterate, this is not aimed at the masses. This is aimed at the truth movement, people who question things. They always campaign for an investigation or a re-investigation. Now there's already been an official investigation by NIST, the National Institute for Standards and Technology, and that was a complete whitewash. Alright, so if they're going to do another investigation, why wouldn't it be a complete whitewash again? Why aren't these groups doing their own investigation, which is what Dr. Judy Wood has done? Why aren't these groups campaigning to have people impeached or arrested? They just campaign for a new investigation. Now, I just need to press this point home about explosives and thermite, because it relates to something which happened in the UK in February this year. In 2007, as long ago as 2007, NIST, that's the National Institute for Standards and Technology, who did the official 9/11 report as to why the towers disappeared, they logged a receipt of a request for correction to their World Trade Center reports by Dr. Judy Wood. This request for correction sets out evidence of one or more directed energy weapons being used to destroy most or all of the World Trade Center complex. So what that is Dr. Judy Wood's read the official report of 9/11 and she's saying, I'm a professor of engineering mechanics, I don't agree with the science in that report, so I'm going to challenge it. Here's my request, put it right please. So they knock it back and say, no, we're not going to introduce those changes into our report. So she then appealed, okay, they knocked that back. Now the only avenue for a scientist then is to sue the companies who were involved in producing those reports for science fraud, which is what Dr. Judy Wood did. in 2007. So she took them to a local court, I think it was the Southern District of New York. The judge kicked that out, mentioning the moon landings or something ridiculous like that. She then paid $5,000 to have it heard at the appeal court, and she then took it to the Supreme Court of the United States. So she took it to every court in the land that she could, and she put her evidence into that court. So she was prepared to sue these companies for their bogus 9/11 report over this, right? Now, interestingly, just a few weeks after she submitted her request for correction, another group did the same. This involved Dr. Stephen Jones, Kevin Ryan and Richard Gage. Now, Dr. Stephen Jones was involved in covering up probably one of the most important discoveries of the 20th century, that of cold fusion. If that had been developed from 1989 when it was discovered into a workable solution, it's possible that we could all be driving cars that you don't need to put petrol in. All right? This was covered up in 1989 by this guy. Richard Gage, who's an architect, he's been going around promoting the bombs in the building thermite theory of 9/11. So they submit their request for correction to the official government report, just a few weeks after Judy Wood. Now, I suspect that they did that just because she did, because they wanted a competing conspiracy theory with her work. Now, just this point about thermite. The word thermite in their research did not appear in their original request for correction. So the point being that they were very, very tentative about mentioning the word thermite. Their request for correction appeal does not mention thermite in the context of their research, but only as an arbitrary example of a hypothetical analogy. They probably did not put it in their request for correction because this in itself would have been fraud. So they weren't saying thermite and explosives did this. They were very tentative at challenging the government line because they didn't want to perjure themselves, or they didn't want to commit fraud themselves. And they didn't take it to court, as Dr. Judy Wood did. They didn't try and sue the government for committing science fraud. Dr. Judy Wood did. They didn't take it to the appeal court, and they didn't take it to the Supreme Court. They just submitted a request for correction. It's very important to realise this when you decide who you think is telling the truth here. So people say, well, surely the answer to this information problem that we're not being given the truth is the internet. And I do think we have to protect the freedoms of the internet, but I'm just going to point out where people are getting their information from on the internet. My website gets about 1,700 visitors a day. That's about 50,000 a month. Now, other websites, such as, say, the David Icke website, will get a lot more visitors per day than me, right? But let's just compare my website with mainstream. The Mail Online hits 56 million web users. This is from 2011. Mail Online expanded its lead on other UK national newspaper websites in January, pulling in a monthly total of 56 million users, according to the latest report. Average daily browsers, 3.1 million. The Guardian, 2.3 million. The Independent, 5.6 million. So for every person looking at my website each day, there's 1,850 looking at Mail Online website. And if you factor in the BBC website and the other mainstream websites, it's well over 5,000. So for every person going on independent media, there's 5,000. They're still staying on mainstream sources, even though they're going to the internet. And this is because they've pumped so much money into it. The BBC spends £145 million a year just on its website. That's not on TV, just on its website. That's nearly £400,000 a day. How can somebody like me or other independent media organisations compete with that? So they've still got people's minds locked into the mainstream propaganda. Now, another very important arm of their propaganda is print media. And of course, it will be impossible for me to have, on the end, you go into the news agents, to have Rich Planet News here. How could you possibly get that? They've got control of this. And it's probably one of the most entertaining parts of my day. I go in the co-op each morning and just stand in front of the newspaper stand. It's very entertaining. It's just hilarious what they come up with. But some people say that the headline is very important because that's what sells the newspaper. I don't actually agree with that, because I think that people who ultimately control newspapers, money is just a means to an end, as I will explain in a minute. And it's the information and control of people's minds that they're interested in. Because let's just say 2 million people buy that Mail newspaper. If 2 million people buy that, These are in such prominent positions in garage forecourts and in supermarkets that maybe over 10 million people will read the headline. Because you can buy a story without actually buying the newspaper. This is why I think the positioning of these newspaper racks of, as I say, newspapers are extremely important for their propaganda. And all they need to do on the front of the page is just put Islamic terror plot, and then that's gone straight in your subconscious. So I still think that the printed media is an extremely important wing of their propaganda. And how can an independent compete with that? How could anyone, unless they've got millions and millions of pounds, put a competing publication on there? Okay. Now, one thing that they use in the mainstream, I call it the phony bone of contention in order to spin their lies. And I've actually come up with a couple of definitions for the phony bone of contention. Controversy and discussion over two seemingly opposing viewpoints is encouraged in order to divert attention away from a third viewpoint which is being concealed. Okay, and I'm going to give an example of this. The other flavour of the phony bone of contention is that controversy and discussion over two seemingly opposing viewpoints is encouraged in order to reinforce credibility of a subtextual issue which is itself a fake construct. So we're seeing this second one in 7/7 all the time. There's lots of stories that have 7/7 as the subtext, but they're not specifically talking about 7/7 or the evidence. So an example would be Lisa French has started campaigning against mental health cutbacks. She was on the bus that blew up in 7/7 and had treatment for her post-traumatic stress disorder. So she's saying, isn't it terrible that the government are cutting back? So they've created contention about government cutbacks, and they're constantly reminding people 7/7 was done by terrorists. By having her on the news, without actually having to be challenged on the evidence of that. And there's been loads of stories about 7/7 that aren't discussing the evidence, but there's some other issue that they're reminding people that 7/7 was a real event when actually it was a fake construct.
Dr. Wood, let's have you kick it off. What do we need to say about the official exhibits and what this museum is supposed to be about?
I don't know what the museum is supposed to be about, but the message that you get from the media is that we're supposed to be stirring up controversy. That's the message that's being driven in. For some reason, like all the articles that I've seen are about controversy. And something I've learned along my journey through all of this is that, I present evidence that's irrefutable. How do you cover up evidence? It's easy. You refer to it as a theory, and then you surround it with controversy. Controversy is the biggest tool for cover-ups.
Andrew, what's your initial observation here?
Yeah, I mean, I concur with everything that's been said in that, if you can create controversy, and we've seen this rash of stories, and just to use another of Dr. Wood's expressions, it takes the attention away from what actually happened. So you're then taken away onto, all the victims' families are upset, and the firemen, are upset, and so on. And I think the other thing which I thought earlier on when I knew we were going to discuss this today was, to me as well, the other thing which is perhaps a little bit more, a lot of people don't talk about, is there seems to be some kind of dark ritual going on with this. I mean, exactly what is the idea, if it is indeed true, and they haven't just made this up, what is the idea for bringing back the remains of the victims, the unidentified remains, to the site? To me, that does not make any sense at all.
I can think of one possibility is to put it in one place, and then muddle it all up with controversy, so that it isn't elsewhere. I saw some people were saying, why can't we have a tomb of the unknown soldier? That type of thing. And that puts attention elsewhere and gives people the opportunity to think about it. Well, if you have a memorial for actually thinking about what happened to the people without being distracted by all this junk, then you start thinking about it. and you might realize some things. But, for example, all this controversy being stirred up like a big, huge storm, as they, people go down into this basement where they have this memorial, they're going to be, clouded. Their vision's going to be clouded. They're not thinking about what happened, as Andrew was pointing out. And, you get the victim remains in there, and that gets covered up too. The fact that, it was never identified who these people were.
They now use the number 1,115 missing people from the World Trade Center on 9/11, and they've got all unidentified remains that ever-improving technology still can't identify, link up with the name of a victim.
And that would really cause people to question.
It does. It does. How could this happen would be the...
come look at this controversy over here and don't think about that.
Yeah, right.
That's I think, the idea. And they even have truthers, I understand, standing outside with a fake brochure that looks like the real brochure that's about 9/11 propaganda. But what I see it is the same theme. It's tying it all up with one neat bow on it. So here we have those who are against whatever, the official story, and they're lunatics, and see what they do, and so it wraps it all together.
Yeah, these folks can be ignored, right? These conspiracy theories.
Yeah, anybody who questions the official story can be ignored because they're lunatics. They show up at the site of the dead and do.
Yeah. It's like Alex Jones or any of these what I'd call dishonest opponents of the official story. Andrew.
Yeah, Dr. Wood just sent me that story, which was on Village Voice, about these, fake brochures, and you can see the pictures, the cover on the Village Voice articles. So they've got a picture of this brochure and then a picture of the A9/11 Truth version. And the immediate question that came to my mind is, well, if this museum's just opened, then surely these brochures, how did they get the pictures for the brochures, and how did A9/11 get the picture for the brochure and have it ready to roll, ready to go? This to me seems like that things are being coordinated somehow. I mean, I don't know all the dates involved, so they could have had time to do this. But for example, getting brochures like that printed, I mean, it costs you, a few dollars. It's got to be coordinated and printed, and you've got to get it. It takes you a few days to get them printed. So there's something very strange going on here. It's clearly a coordinated psychological operation again, with several sort of elements to it. One of the main ones is the controversy. The other is the revulsion caused by this idea, that we've got the victim's remains and then they're having a party next to it, and this sort of thing.
Yeah, because this is supposed to be simultaneously a shrine to the victims and their families, and meanwhile it has this kind of quasi-commercial aspect, and they got a gift shop selling who knows what kind of a bad taste artifact.
Oh yeah.
So we're speculating, but I'm kind of wondering, did they do this? It's in bad taste to do this cocktail party.
Yeah, I think for the people that did this, I would, obviously this is speculation, but my feeling, having seen this unfolding in the last 2 or 3 days, is that this is part of a ritual of celebration by the people that did it, and they're basically rubbing.
Really, the Illuminati, the NWO crowd, you think, and New York City.
I would say is something like the crew or something like that. We don't really know who is involved, or not specifically what they did. We know that people have been negligent and covered things up, and we name some of those people, of course. People that ran Scholars for 9/11 Truth originally, and people that are running architects and engineers. We've got the evidence on those people.
And VT.
Yeah, and Veterans Today and so on. They're all part of it. And of course, the thing we haven't mentioned up to now is that recently the George Bush Presidential Library was opened, wasn't it? And what's he got in the foyer of that? He's got two of the twisted beams stuck in the middle of the foyer or something, or in one of the areas there. It's an exhibit. Look what I helped to get done.
Wow, I didn't realize that.
Oh yeah. I mean, the pictures were in the press. The world is run by psychopaths. I mean, they're able to control and manipulate people to the extent that their mindset gets imposed in advertising, such as what you already mentioned. That might is right, and the only way to defend countries is with military might and so on. And when you
what was it that John Lennon said?
I think all our society is run by insane people for insane objectives. And I think that's what I sussed when I was 16 and 12 way down the line, but I expressed it differently all through my life. It's the same thing I'm expressing all the time, but now I can put it into that sentence that I think we're being run by maniacs for maniacal ends. If anybody can put on paper what our government and the American government, etc., and the Russian, Chinese, what they are actually trying to do, and what they think they're doing, I'd be very pleased to know what they think they're doing. I think they're all insane. But I'm liable to be put away as insane for expressing that. That's what's insane about it.
They try to equate the evidence as though it's an opinion, and if it's an opinion, then if they discredit the opinion giver or whatever, then that's the way they cover up the evidence. That's why the book, the way I wrote it, it empowers the reader. It's totally independent of me. The reader reads the book, they understand the evidence firsthand, they take ownership of that information, and so what if I get smeared? That doesn't change the evidence. They could kill me off. Fine. The evidence is still there. And that's what needs to get dealt with. And if somebody is distracting away from the evidence, red flag.
Dr. Judy, have you ever written in the book space beams? Ever?
No, nor have I ever used that term. You first must determine what happened before you can determine how it happened.
Yeah, sure.
If you direct folks to focus on how it happened, or who did it, they're assuming what it is. So they're solving an imagined problem, not the real problem. And then they're focusing on this being the cause, or that being the cause, that being the cause of what? And they go round and round and round and round, argue in circles for years and years and years, and never solve it. That is how they keep the cover-up safe.
And basically the thing is, what did they see? They saw the buildings turn to dust, but because it's not known, we don't have a frame of reference for that either.
They don't look at the evidence. They just argue about, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, these things, and just argue, for pet ideas. But no one has looked at the evidence to determine what happened. Look at the cover of my book. What it shows, it's undeniable to anyone who looks at it. The building is just frothing up into dust.
Two 110-story office buildings. You don't find a desk. You don't find a chair. You don't find a telephone, a computer. The biggest piece of a telephone I found was half of the keypad, and it was about this big. The building collapsed to dust.
The debris fields is amazing. It's beyond anything I've ever seen like that. I've seen collapses and demolition buildings, but nothing like this. Was unbelievable. Like I said, there wasn't a door, there wasn't anything to be found. It was all disintegrated, all rubble. Concrete was small little pieces, not even slabs. No desk, no furniture, no computers, no phones, no anything. So I imagine the people were the same as the building, nothing left.
Once upon a time, there were two towers, and then they went away. We need to figure out why they went away. That little yellow box shows the block on the right in this area. That's all that's left of that huge building. And standing at the base and looking up at what was there, that's a lot of building that went missing. And what this is the dawn of a new age. Somebody has the ability to direct energy in such a way as to disrupt the molecular basis of matter. That's pretty incredible. And what I mean by directed energy, by directing it, you direct it to where it goes and what it does. It's like giving it instructions. It's not kinetic energy. It's not like a bomb, a missile, a jackhammer, a wrecking ball, or it's not a heat-based thing that cooks the building. The building wasn't cooked to death, nor was it beaten to death. This technology exists, and we know that it exists. The whole world saw it. They saw what happened. They were just told it was something else. But what this technology can do, it can be used to provide free energy for the whole planet. It was used for evil purposes, but can also be used for good. Look at how people argue about opinions about thermite or nukes or this or that, and it just, you get this big huge muddle up and everyone's around in circles arguing with people. It's really destroyed people's ability to reason. I mean, as you've seen in this book, it's right in front of us.
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely.
But why don't people see it? Because it was such a strong psychological operation. It destroyed people's ability to know what's real and what's not. They want to know what the truth is, and they run to this truth movement business. But as I point out, do you think those who pulled off 9/11 just forgot to plan a cover-up?
Yeah, no.
And so what would it look like?
Yeah, very true.
But one of the things I'd just like to mention about truth movements as well, or the truth movement, whatever that is, we've both been accused of, dividing the truth movement or damaging it or whatever it is. Well, let's just consider that expression, truth movement. So where exactly would people like the truth to be moved to exactly? Over into this little corner where nobody can see it, which is essentially what they've tried to do, because they've established this truth movement to move the truth out of view. That's what the truth movement has done, certainly in relation to the events of the World Trade Center on 9/11.
Sure.
That's what's happened. So truth doesn't really need a movement. The truth needs to be spoken of. It doesn't actually need a movement. You need to be looking at the evidence to establish what the truth is. And the moment that you start to move away from that process, that's when you start to help the truth to be covered up.
Emmanuel Sferios, do you remember that name at all? He was
I do, from your book. York.
Yeah, he was a strong, 9/11 truth man, and on the 5th anniversary of the events, he quit. I think he even left the country. He said he had never, ever, in his 20 years as an activist, ever seen anything, any movement, any association so rapidly, so thoroughly, and so completely infiltrated as he'd seen the 9/11 truth movement.
Yeah. So how are we going to change things?
Yeah, that's the question.
How are we going to change the breakthrough on the information front with Dr. Wood's revelations that are based all on science, sound science, and real evidence?
Yeah.
How are we going to do that?
Well, if truth isn't popular and if it isn't profitable, then how can it survive?
Yeah.
Well, the remnant. If we're the remnant, because where there's life, there's hope. We're just going to keep on going, right? And hope that something changes.
Not do anything, but just cross your fingers and hope.
Well,
hope the grown-ups fix it for us.
That's it. There aren't any grown-ups left.
Right. We're it. We're the grown-ups. We're all there is. You don't need to know the serial numbers to know what happened.
Exactly.
And it's not a guessing game. It's figuring out, 1 foot at a time. Just keep stepping forward, and what can you establish as true? Are the buildings there? No. Were they ever there? Yes. So that means something did something that made it go away. Right. All right. Then you go to the next step. How did it go away? And like the distraction, the magic show type of game is look at this dust baggie. Let's focus on this little speck of dust here, and see what this. And it means all sorts of whatever.
Right.
Well, what does that dust baggie have to do with what happened to the building?
Exactly.
That connection was never made.
No, it wasn't.
So it doesn't matter what they found in the baggie, but there is, I fully agree that there's, elements of steel and iron and aluminum. Isn't it aluminum powder and iron oxide that make thermite? Well, the building was, steel structure, which is like 98% iron, and the facade was aluminum, the aluminum cladding. So if you powderize the building, turn it to dust, of course you're going to have those constituents in the dust.
Of course. It's amazing what scientists or physicists can come up with that would lead you away from what the truth might be.
One of the points I was going to make there was when we were talking about using the internet and so on. I mean, there's basically two modes that people get information, or two main modes that the Western cultures get their information. One is through television and radio, and that is essentially a passive medium where the information is really delivered to you in some kind of packaged format, and then you digest it, and that's basically that. When you go onto the internet,
sport.
yeah, kind of. When you go onto the internet, it's a completely different way of actually gaining knowledge, because it involves much more filtering. You very much more actively got to filter out and be selective. So that takes a lot more time. So the amount of information that you might get, say, from a well-produced documentary, if you quantify that, might take you an hour to watch it. To get the same quality of information, and by a filtering process, might take 4 or 5 times that level of time. I'm not saying whatever documentary, the information is all 100% accurate. I'm just using it as an example of the way that you process information. So you've got this whole different process that you've got to switch to, and that's part and parcel of taking responsibility for your own thinking. So, you've got to completely change your mentality from one of being a passive receiver of information to one of an active seeker of information. That passive and active side of things is part and parcel of that communications problem. We can't force this information onto people, and the mainstream media is not going to carry it. We could give you several examples of how they try and twist this, because it is for them. The people that run the mainstream media, this is the end for them when this comes out, and it is coming out. It's the end for them. It really is, because all these, as I say, these clever journalists, they haven't done their job. They're not allowed to do their job, and so on. I've already mentioned that, so I'm not going to mention it again. So it's the end for them, basically, and that will then force us at another level to take responsibility for our own thinking and our own investigation.
Right. But often people are so overworked and have not enough time, and it does take more time to sort through. So they start getting lazier and wanting somebody else to do their thinking for them and to do this for them and package it for them. So as I say, they turn their thinking over to someone else's keeping. And
Yes.
you know, they get what they pay for, sort of. They you know, they're led wherever that other entity wants them to go. And what is so important right now is for them to take their thinking back into their own keeping. Because how can you trust your thinking to somebody else? One other thing that is curious is the people in the truther movement and also the Occupy Wall Street want to change the world. They want things to change by you know, waving their flags or holding up their signs in the street. But if they really want to change things, expose this truth about 9/11. If we want to change the world, this is the
I agree.
do it. Let the whole world have free energy.
Sure, absolutely.
Right.
I think you can't change this one thing. Everything changes in this if this opens up.